6 o'clock.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out to our city council meeting. At this time, can I please have a roll call?
All right. Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Denton. Okay, and Counselor Holloway. That's 5. We have a quorum.
All right. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A to discuss and consider personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointee and employees of city council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby, A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals' personal matters not related to public business.
So moved.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Yes. Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Okay.
Oh, sure. Where's the camera? Lord, let me turn that camera. Oh, where my Oh, stop video. Okay, I'll need to unmute myself. Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you, dear. I unmute myself. Yeah, what's up? Mute myself. Okay.
I'm muted. You okay? I just muted you. Okay.
Mhm. But you gonna remember to unmute me?
Hit mute.
Yes.
Closed session. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So move.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham, yes. Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. She didn't call my name, so.
All right, no worries.
Do I need to make this motion?
Not just yet, we gotta do the certification.
Okay.
Can you, read the certification, please?
Y'all talking to the mic?
Yeah, so we're gonna, bring you into the meeting, but we gotta, do the certification first.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D were only public business matters, one, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Counselor Joyner, Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pell,
Yeah.
Pelham, yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, is there a motion to allow Counselor Pelham to participate virtually? For the
So
rec-
move.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. At this time, Counselor Pelham, can you state your reasoning why you're participating virtually and where you're conducting the meeting from?
Medical, concerns and working from home in Ward 6.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right. At this time, is there a motion to appoint Stacy English to the Petersburg Area Regional Tourism Board and William Wise and William Hydett to the Dock Commission?
So move.
So move.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Denton. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. Moving on to our work session, Mr. Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight's work session is about a community development block grant substantial amendment request that the department has. This relates to our current funding year, which is fiscal year 2022-2023. Just a quick overview, the mission of HUD and the purpose of the CDBG program. We are an entitlement community and we receive these funds from HUD every year. HUD's mission is to create strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality, affordable homes for all. And all CDBG fund expenditures must meet at least one of three national objectives. Number one being benefit to low to moderate income persons. Number two is prevention or elimination of slums and blight. And number three would be urgent need. These are some of the goals that were stated in our consolidated plan, which is a 2020 to 2025 consolidated plan. I did want to note here that recreation is a stated goal of the plan, and that's going to mean something to you here in just a minute. For this program year, we received $225,305. HUD conducts what's called a timeliness calculation every year on May 2nd. And essentially, HUD requires that the city needs to spend at least 80% of its annual funding by that May 2nd deadline. If you do not spend 80% of your money, you get a timeliness warning. Of course, May 2nd is not too far in the distant future. And we in the department feel like there is a real possibility, actually, it will occur. We will not meet our timeliness requirement if we proceed under the budget that you all approved last year, the budget and the activities that you approved last year. So we are here tonight to request an amendment to that so that we can accomplish a different project and spend at least 80% of our money by the May 2nd deadline. There's several reasons why we will likely not, under the current program, we will likely not meet the timeliness requirement. And that's because our program year starts late every year. We usually don't receive our contract from HUD until December, yet the program year starts that previous July 1st. We've had short staff over the last year in both my department and the engineering department, and we were also waiting for a new city engineer to come on board who is actually familiar with federal labor standards, which are quite cumbersome. So in the FY 2022-23 program year, there were two infrastructure projects that were funded. One was on Maple Street, one was on New York Avenue. They were small infrastructure projects that included some curb and gutter and some sidewalk. Those projects take quite a bit of time to implement. And those were the two projects that were really, because they were not going to be finished on time, would cause us to receive a timeliness warning from HUD. So the department, in order to avoid that, we are proposing that we defund those two projects for this program year, replace them with another project, which is HUD qualified, and that would be the purchase of this playground equipment for 3.5 Street Park, just a few blocks over from us here tonight. And then we will refund those two infrastructure projects that we would defund. We'll refund those in the next program year. So we will still get to them. It'll just be a little bit later. Going forward, to avoid the timeliness issue in the future, the department's going to be making some changes where we submit our annual action plan quite a few months earlier than we historically have been doing. Ultimately, that's what leads HUD to get us our contract so late. And we are also investigating actually changing the program year to match the federal fiscal year, which would be an October to September timeframe. We'll come back to you on that once we get a little bit more information on how to do it. So we reconvened the CDBG committee back on March 9th of this year. All of this was explained to the 4 counselors who serve on that committee. Those 4 counselors are from wards 1, 2, 6, and 7, which those wards represent the qualified census tracts according to HUD. And all 4 voted to approve the recommended action of switching these projects. Again, this is just a work session tonight to inform you. We'll be back on April 11th for the actual public hearing, where we'll be asking you to take action on our recommended change in these projects. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Are there any questions for Mr. Ward? All right. Seeing no lights. Thank you so much, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, City Council will take a 15-minute recess and re-adjourn at 7:30 when we have our regular meeting.
You need to mute the mics. What you say? They are. Oh, why can I hear y'all? Huh? Well, I don't. Well, just be careful what you say. If I can hear, I guess the rest of the public can hear too. Eh,
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out to tonight's City Council meeting. At this time, we're going to open up the meeting with roll call.
All right. Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
and Counselor Holloway.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
All right, at this
Vice Mayor
time,
Gore is here as well online.
Oh,
okay.
all right.
At this time, do we have a motion to allow Vice Mayor Gore to participate virtually?
So moved.
So moved.
All right. At this time, Vice Mayor Gore, can you please state the reason why you're participating virtually and where you're conducting the meeting from?
Richmond, Virginia, family emergency.
Okay. Are there any questions? All right, seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
all right, Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
And excuse me, Mayor Parton.
Yes.
I told the city manager that I'm only going to join for one item on the agenda. It's like the last one. So I'm going to step away to take care of what I need to take care of, and I'll come back on around that time. I just didn't want to interrupt you guys during the meeting.
Okay.
All right.
All right, at this time, we're going to have the prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag by myself. Please stand.
Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, dear Lord, for the presence of your Spirit, Lord, as you abide over the city. We thank you, Lord, for giving us council members, Lord, who love their city and they're doing their best, Lord, in county government. Give them the wisdom, O Lord, that they need to do the difficult task of government, Lord. Help our council members to work together with a spirit of unity and cooperation. We thank you, Lord, for the blessings of your Spirit, and may the works of our hands bring glory to your name. We praise you in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. At this time, is there a motion to amend the agenda to allow for a presentation of a retirement proclamation for Chief Stark?
So moved.
Second that.
Okay. Motion on the floor has been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Oh, you said go.
Oh, Gore.
She's
Oh, okay. Counselor Denton,
Your turn.
yes. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
All right. At this time, is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second that.
To adopt?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Any lights? None? All right. Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
All right. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief Stark to please come up, and I'd like to invite the members of City Council up to the front as well. You can go ahead and read it out.
Okay. All right. Whereas Hopewell City Council recognizes the tenure and retirement of Hopewell Chief of Police Antonio A.J. Stark, and whereas Chief Stark joined the City of Hopewell in 2021 as interim Chief of Police after serving in multiple capacities throughout the Chesterfield Police Department for 31 years, and Whereas Chief Stark streamlined the city's Office of Professional Standards and Employee Performance Management process from paper to electronic by implementing Blue Team and Guardian software. And whereas Chief Stark, in collaboration with schools, courts, the John Randolph Foundation, and community members, created the Good to Great youth program and the Hopewell Police Foundation. And whereas Chief Stark administered the purchase of new patrol vehicles and rifles for SWAT team, as well as software to assist detectives in ongoing investigations. And whereas Chief Stark held community walks throughout various communities, held community conversation at various churches, and organized quarterly retirees breakfast. And whereas Chief Stark implemented public safety technology throughout the city and formed the Violent Crimes Task Force and Operation Bold Blue Line initiative in collaboration with local, state, and federal partners. And whereas Chief Stark served as keynote speaker for the Tri-Cities Black History Month celebration and for the first responder service at Woodlawn Baptist Church. And resolved by the Hopewell City Council that Antonio Stark hereby be recognized for his retirement after providing superior service to the city of Hopewell and Chesterfield County for 31 years. And further resolved that the city clerk of council prepare a copy of this proclamation for presentation to Antonio Stark as an expression of the Hopewell City Council's admiration for his years of service and remarkable achievements.
Clap.
Chief Stark, we want to thank you. I want to present you with this proclamation for your service to the city of Hopewell. You've done a lot of good work and started a lot of good initiatives, and we're real appreciative for your service. And at this time, I'd like to ask everyone to please join us in a round of applause.
Well, City Council, I'd like to say thank you. I'd like to thank you for the support. Each time that I've come before City Council on behalf of the police department, you all have shown support for the men and women in uniform that are doing a very tough job. I also want to thank all the directors here in the city of Hopewell, as we have come together and formed a very positive team to move the city forward. I want to thank you for accepting me as part of that team. I also want to thank our faith-based community, all of our pastors here in the city of Hopewell, as we continue to come together to bring our city together. I want to thank the men and women in the Hopewell Police Department. Just when I came here as interim, I didn't think for a moment that I would be interested in continuing my career permanently in Hopewell, but that quickly changed. It changed because of all the people that I've mentioned. And I see the talent that we have in our police department. I see the hope that we have in our community. And I see the citizens that have lived in the city for their entire life, for generations, that love the city. So I just want to thank you all. I want to thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to serve as your chief of police. I want to thank my wife. Amen. I want to thank my wife. And I want to thank our children who aren't able to be here tonight because of everything going on in their lives, but we're so proud of them. And I want to thank God. I want to thank God for keeping me for 31 years. I want to thank God for waking me up each day, allowing me to work the various shifts, whether it was days, evenings, nights, the long hours. And I'm just grateful. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chief. All right, at this time, we're going to move into, going to continue on with our public agenda. We have no public hearings for this meeting. Communications from citizens. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody sign up for tonight?
I think there was one. Could you grab that one? Yes.
All right, while she's going to go get the list, do you mind reading the statement for communications from citizens?
All right. A communication from citizens period limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and, if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes impersonal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council.
All right. First person I have signed up is Jose Petrie.
I'm new to this, so I'm thankful for what the decision that we made for our Church of God, Iglesia Renacer.
You're here for R2, correct? R2, the item
Yes.
for your church?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is just communications
Okay.
from citizens.
Sure. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem.
Thank
Is there anyone that would like to speak on an item that's not on tonight's agenda? Yes, sir. Can you come to the mic, please? Can you please state your name and which ward you live in?
I think I live in Ward 4, and I'm Pastor Charles Bennett with Joy Fellowship Church in Hopewell.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to say a word in honor of the chief that resigned this month or retired. How much I appreciated him, and how much I appreciate council for hiring someone that had such a strong testimony. And because of that testimony that he had, we started a radio program on Saturday mornings called PAC, Pastors Against Crime. And so we're broadcasting every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 on WHAP radio station. And it's a program that attacks the criminal problem, the crime problem in our city from right in the very prince of the powers of the air, right on that tower. We're broadcasting and proclaiming that crime will be shut down in this city. We started it 30 days ago, and we're just grateful to God that in the last 30 days that I know of, we've had almost no violent crimes in the city, which was not the status for the last few months. And I don't think it's because of that radio show, but I think it's because of what this previous chief of police, Stark, what he implemented with the pastors. At Golden Corral Restaurant, he said he wanted all the pastors to be a part of a program to reduce crime. And so we're implementing that program, and it's also implemented not only PAC for Pastors Against Crime, but also TYP, Tell Your Pastor. Sometimes people don't want to tell the local community leaders if there's a crime or whatever. But as a pastor, we have a right to not divulge our sources. And so maybe we're going to make all the pastors available so that the people in the city can be able to tip off the pastor so the pastor can tip off the chief of police. And we pray that that program is going to be something that helps unify the faith-based community and helps to reduce crime in the city. And thank you for your time for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight that hasn't signed up? All right, seeing no hands, we're going to move on along. Unfinished business, we have none. Regular business, R1, Mr. Byerly.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. The revised ordinance is presented as a required modification. It addresses findings identified by EPA Region 3 during their August 22 industrial pretreatment audit. EPA sent a team down, stayed 4 or 5 days, went through all our records, our ordinances, our enforcement response plan, and made the changes, made recommendations for changes that we incorporated into the ordinance. Met with the city attorney, got her approval, sent it to DEQ. DEQ said they were minor changes. There's no need to have a public, if it's a major change, DEQ has a hearing. They said it was, the changes were so minor, they didn't feel a hearing was required. So the ordinance we're presenting tonight has been approved by the city attorney and DEQ and recommended by EPA.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Byerly? All right, seeing, Councilor Denton?
I was just gonna make a motion.
Okay.
No question.
Yep, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the updates to the ordinance as presented.
Second.
Do you mind just saying sewer ordinance?
The sewer ordinance, so they'll know which one.
A
All right.
second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Denton, seconded by Councilor Holloway. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
R2, Dr. Manker.
Mayor and members of City Council, today I am requesting a tax exemption for La Inesia Rencession tax exemption application. It was approved by City Council at the last City Council meeting, and today we are here to approve the tax exemption for the church. And so we have Mr. Jose out in the audience today who would like to speak.
All right.
Again, Jose Pietri, the pastor of the Iglesia Renacer, right in Oak Lawn. Thank you, Mayor and council members. What I wanted to say and share is more so an opportunity for the city, and I wanted to share that some of the benefits that we do is that we serve the community by 2 times a year. We have an outreach event that gives food, clothes, blankets, shoes, Bibles, and prayer in Hopewell and in Petersburg. We're upcoming on our first one in May, in spring, and right before Thanksgiving. We also do an outreach community where we have the youth of the church actually pray for homeless and people in need. It's well received, and actually one of the most, outside of the services, one of the best received services, because when you give, you feel so much fulfillment, and you can see in the faces of the youth. But also something that we would like to encourage, and everyone can hear this. We have a church member in our congregation that gives out 10 scholarships every year, at least 1,000, so 10,000 in all. All you need to do is write a 1,000-word essay. The deadline is quickly approaching, April 18th, but we can ask for an extension. Almost anybody that applies receives something. If they receive an A, that we give them the full 1,000. Even if they get a B, we give them 800. Even if it's terrible, D or F, we give them $200 for the effort. So almost no one gets turned down. It's free money, and it's 10 a year that we give out, $1,000 minimum to help out those that are in need, open to all women and minorities. And just in general, we're here open. We've been in the church in the city of Hopewell since 2000. We're about to celebrate our 23 years of anniversary on the 21st of April. We've had the mayor attend at one time before he was a mayor, so congratulations to that. And I feel honored, and I didn't know that, so it just turned out when I see you here. What I'm going to say is basically we're open to even do more. 23 years, we've been blessed, but we want to do more for the community, both Hispanic and also we have bilingual services because we know that the future of our children is one that we speak all the language. So we're praising God there, and anything that we can do for the city of Hopewell, we're open to that. Thank you.
All right. Counselor Denton?
Yes. After council having reviewed all of the documents pertaining to this church, I would like to make a motion that we approve the recommendation of exemption.
Second that.
Okay. Just want to make sure, Dr. Maker, is that
Yes.
enough that you need for?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Holloway.
All right.
Seeing no lights for discussion, roll call, please. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Counselor Holloway.
Just like to thank you. We've had the opportunity to come to the church a couple of times. It's definitely a phenomenal ministry. Thank you for your services to the community, and along with the other faith-based pastors and ministers that are here tonight. Thank you for your service.
All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham. All right, Counselor,
Yes, yes, yes.
all right, and Counselor Holloway.
Absolutely, yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, moving on to R3. Mr. Wilkins?
Mr. Mayor, before we continue, as Mr. Wilkins approached the podium, there's been a slight change in the request. He will continue to request for the monies needed for the inspection. However, our finance director has indicated that we can preserve those ARPA funds and move to make a motion to approve those funds through salary savings from the Public Works Department.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Parton and members of council. The Department of Engineering would like to request $92,670 for our bridge and emergency vehicle rating inspections. They were done they were due December of 2022. However, now we are non-compliant, and I'm requesting these funds for the department this evening.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the funding for the emergency vehicles inspection done for the bridge.
You need the exact total for the motion.
For, what is it? What's the total again? It's
92,670.
$92,670.
Second that.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to appropriate a total of $92,670 to General Fund 011.
No, from salary savings.
From salary
Yes.
Yeah, from salary savings, to the general fund.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
For the bridge and emergency vehicle ratings inspections from Public Works salary savings.
Yeah.
All right. It's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Seeing no lights for discussion, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
Okay. R4, Ms. Martinez.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, tonight I come to you in regards to the Art on the Art. This is our community artwork Sturgeon project recommendation for public display, and city park. In 2021, Culture Works presented an opportunity to solicit artists to submit artwork to be showcased along the Appomattox River and various parks and public spaces to the previous city administration. Culture Works' goal for this project was to create art for the enjoyment and pride of the local community, as well as to raise awareness for local nonprofit organizations, Friends of the Lower Appomattox River, FOLAR, which is to conserve and protect the Appomattox River for all to enjoy. Culture Works would spearhead this project, and Hopewell Downtown Partnership provided the financial payment to the artists for the sculpture, and the City of Hopewell's Recreation and Parks Department is asking for permission to allow it to be publicly placed in City Park for a duration of 6 months to 1 year. It's just to showcase the artist's artwork. At which time, at the end of that, Hopewell Downtown Partnership will assume control of that piece for their next stop.
All right. Are there any questions for Ms. Martinez? Councilor Denton?
So we've known about this since 21?
That is my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And since it is they want to display it at a city property, has it already been planned?
It's in the planning process. I still need permission to do so. If not, we'll have to find another location. Their goal is to put it in public space and/or parks.
Okay. I just had a problem with getting this far without the city knowing that something was going to be placed on city property. I know in Ashford Plaza for something to be put there as a monument or sculpture. We have a commission that meets and makes recommendations to council. And I would like to ask the city manager the possibility of forming such a commission to avoid this from happening again, that if there is art or something that would like to be displayed on city property, that we go through the proper channels and have it done. I think it's wonderful, but I mean, if we don't have some rules regulating this, then anybody can put anything on city property. So I would like to look into the possibility of something such as the Ashford Plaza Commission, that we have something as an art commission.
I believe there's something similar under the Architectural Review Board.
Yes, I put my...
Yeah, I was going to let Dr. Manker respond first, and then I was going to call on you.
I think there was a consensus that we could look at the Ashford Plaza Commission and maybe include the art review into that commission as well, if council agrees to that. Okay.
All right, Councilor Joyner.
I believe that there is already a mechanism, because this falls under the downtown. This is part of the downtown historic district area, and I believe this went through the Downtown Design Review Board, I believe. So I do think there has been some approval with regard to this quite some time ago, probably in 2021. Okay. So.
And unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have that information, so
Right.
I can only present on what I have.
All right. So is there a consensus about allowing the Ashford Civic Plaza to be the organization to include public art review?
I don't think so. If it's already something necessary, I don't think that we need to change that. I think it just needs to go through that process. As Councilor Jonah had referred to, there's already something in place.
This
is citywide, not just downtown.
But with regard to this particular action, could we
Yeah, we're gonna say, yeah,
postpone the, you know,
Yeah,
the,
where to place it.
yeah,
Yeah,
in
we'll-
terms of creating or perhaps amending what the role is of the Ashford, you know, Plaza Committee, if you want to expand that. But tonight, since I do know that this has gone through the Downtown Design Review Committee.
Absolutely.
yeah, all that, yeah, we're gonna make a motion on the artwork. What
Right.
I'm just asking in terms of consensus wise,
Sure.
if there's, you know, general consensus from council, then Dr. Maker can bring back, you know, revisions
Absolutely.
at the next city council.
Excuse me, Mayor Parton. We're virtually, I'm back, and I think Pelham has her hand raised too. When you guys have a moment, can you call on us, please?
Yeah. All right, let's see. Councilor Holloway, did you have your light? I thought I might have saw like a flash over this way.
Yeah, but I was already, I
Okay.
made my comment.
Okay, then Councilor Pelham and then Councilor Gore.
Yes, sir. The Ashford Plaza Committee hasn't met in a while. And so that someone, I guess, from staff or the city clerk probably would need to call the people to make sure they're still interested in the, are they still a viable part of the committee? It's been quite some time, I believe, so we need to make sure we're aware that it is, hopefully there's still enough people on it to have a quorum.
Yeah, we can have we can have the city manager or the city clerk
City
reach out
clerk, yeah.
to the folks that are on there that we've already appointed.
Okay, just a note.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Gore and then Councilor Denton, did you have
I'm
your?
okay
Okay,
right now.
okay. Vice Mayor Gore?
Okay. I just came back to my phone, so I heard a little bit of the discussion. Just want to provide clarifications. I'm not really sure what was said, but the only body that can approve artwork is the Ashford Civic Plaza and City Council. So if the request, from my understanding, is to allow this artist to display the artwork on a public property, it needs to go to council unless we delegate another body to do that approval. And so since we haven't done that yet, council needs to authorize it. And then, like to a point that was made earlier, that we need to allow discussion to be if Ashford Civic Plaza is expanded to art commission or not. But no other body has the authority to approve that other than Ashford Civic Plaza Committee within their scope of their boundaries and council. Just to make sure we're not, thinking that downtown design review may have come before them, but they don't have the authority to execute that.
Right, yeah, that's what we were
That's what
talking
we were
about.
talking about.
All right.
Sorry, like I said, it came at the end. So
That's all right.
what on the floor is for us to approve it and then for council to have staff come back with recommendations to amend the Ashford Plaza Committee. Is that what the recommendation is?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But the Ashford Center would have to come back and get the final approval from us, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the city clerk will come back to council after working with staff to give us a recommendation on how to amend that commission, correct?
Correct.
Okay, tracking.
Okay, Councilor Denton?
Yeah, I just piggyback a little bit on Vice Mayor Gore.
Yeah, they are.
It's kind of like the planning commission. They come and make recommendations for certain things, and we have to end up voting for it.
It's on
I think
24.
this would be the same thing. If you were placing something
it's
on
going
public
on.
property, then it should go through the commission and come back to council to have it approved.
Noted.
Okay. So is there a motion on the floor to allow the artwork, the Sturgeon artwork, to be installed in City Park for a duration of no more than 1 year from the installation date?
So move.
I second that.
All right. Motion's been made by Councilor Holloway, seconded by Councilor Joyner. Any other
Can you repeat the
discussion?
motion, please?
Yeah. To approve the Sturgeon artwork to be installed at City Park for a duration of no more than 1 year from the installation date. Okay. Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Ms. Martinez, R5.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, tonight I'm coming to you to discuss the Land and Water Conservation Fund opportunity as an update. As you all know, on March 14th of 2022, the Recreation and Parks Department was authorized to proceed with a 50% match of local funds to the Department of Conservation and Recreation Land and Water Conservation Fund. During this time, the city's portion of $1.4 million was not funded or allocated to a capital project. And at this time, the LWCF did not fund their portion on the first round. That was due because we did not have an environmental analysis. So in order to complete another application, we would need to complete that process prior to submission. That submission is going to take about 2 to 3 months, and it's going to cost about $20,000 to complete that so that we can then resubmit this application for the total $2.8 million project.
Okay.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
So the next opportunity that we would have to reapply and resubmit this application would be January 2024, just because of the deadline and the time it's going to take to get the environmental analysis completed. So I come for you tonight to request 3 different items. The first is to allocate the $1.4 million city match to a capital project fund, to ask for permission to resubmit the application. And then the last request is to requesting allocation for $20,000 to complete the environmental analysis of the marina for any path forward City Council so approves.
All right. Is there any discussion or any questions for Ms. Martinez? Counselor Holloway?
Council last year approved the match for this design as is.
Yes, sir. But the funds were not allocated.
Okay. I am, as I've discussed before, I am not in favor of the design as is. I think that there should be an opportunity for council to be presented with some more designs suitable to most of the expressions that I think several of us have received from constituents throughout the city. So for me, I don't approve of.
Okay. Counselor Pelham, I see that your hand is up, and then Counselor Denton. Counselor Pelham, if you're speaking, you're still on mute.
I think her hand was always
Too many buttons.
Oh.
I need to take my hand down, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Denton?
How do you take it? Are you moving?
It's down now.
Yeah, she's done.
She's not, okay. I'm still concerned about this, and I guess the first thing is the money. 1.4 million plus the 20,000. We're right in the middle of a budget, and we just sat here for 2 meetings and listened to the needs of our directors across the city. And personally, I can't justify appropriating or holding $1.4 million to give away the land at the marina for perpetuity. And that's where I stand.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm against it.
Okay. Counselor Joyner?
Yes, I'd like to echo Councilor Denton's comments. to give away our land to the National Park Service, I do not think would be wise. I think many of us have seen the way the National Park Service has operated the City Point unit of the Petersburg National Battlefield. It's rarely open, has not been maintained up to standard. That gives me pause right there. And the match at the time, I think there was consideration that we had a lot of ARPA funds at that time. We now only have, I think, $2.6 million left of ARPA funds. We simply cannot fund. And in addition, I think that the design has some serious flaws. I think there are not enough slips. There's concern about removing some of the covered slips. I think all of those things need to be discussed, and I think we need to get more feedback. There are plenty of other communities that operate very profitable marinas, and I think as we just have to be looking toward economic development. It is the only way we're going to get ourselves out of this ditch we're in right now, and the marina is one way. Okay, so I'm not for this project at this time.
All right. Go ahead.
Can you get some clarification, because it's to my understanding that in this, it was not an agreement that Hopewell was giving away land. Can you give some clarification on that? I don't think it, can you just give more clarification on exactly what that means either?
Sure.
We know what it means, but I just want the citizens to know that nobody had a plan to give away land exactly.
Well, it was to be placed in a conservancy and in a conservation easement, and we would have lost the control of a lot of the waterfront.
Dr. Maker, can you expand upon that?
Yes.
And also, I've had my hand raised for some time as well. I've been waiting to be. Yeah. Okay.
Please allow Vice Mayor Gore to speak prior.
Yeah. Okay. Vice Mayor Gore.
All right. I just have a couple of points to make as well, because I did ask for us to come back on the agenda. Just for a point of clarification, we agreed to this at the time by a majority, because the part of us to get this money is to not have economic development on the property. So that's why it's put in a conservatory, not us giving away the land per se. Also, this was designed to be able to make the marina more accessible to all of the public and not just a few. Also, when we first agreed to do this, the match for the money, we agreed that if we got the grant, then we would get the funds for it. So the request was never upfront to match it. We said that we would allow staff to apply for it, see if we were successful, and if we were successful, to find the money. Yes, we may not have a lot of ARPA funds left, but we have $6 million in cash reserves that we can use if we need to. And then also, Tabitha, I have two questions for you, really three. If we were to do a whole redesign over, how long would that take for you to do that? That's my first question. And would you be able to do that in time to apply for this? That's my first question.
Vice Mayor Gore, I don't want to give you an inaccurate answer. I think it's going to take some time to redevelop. Since Director Bennett has joined our team, we have been in discussions on potentially alternative plans if this was not to be pursued. So I think we could probably come together and work on that, but I don't want to give you a timeline because I'm not 100% positive when that would be. But I estimate 4 to 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not reasonable to have a redesign done for us to submit for this grant. That's what I'm trying to, have clarified. And the other part is we decided to take this route because the other option for the condition of the marina to replace those slips is in a multi-million-dollar range as well. And if that is in fact still true, we would have to fund that as a city to have covered slips for about 44. How many people, Ms. Martinez?
There is a total of 44 slips.
44 people. So the city would pay millions of dollars for 44 people to benefit to have a slip at the marina, and they're paying less than any other regional slips the amount to rent it. And there's no way we can recoup our funds through economic development that way. And so part of this design, it was made to be with limited slips because it was a part of the qualifying factors for the grant. So can you just bring everyone up to speed in comparison to why this was pursued versus looking at the cost that it would for the city to pay to redo the marina as is with covered slips, if you understand my question?
I believe I do, but please stop me if I'm going off on a different road. So yes, in order to tear down the slips as they are and then rebuild them as they are, it was an astronomical amount of money to do that. The reason why Recreation and Parks pursued this grant opportunity was because, one, it provided equitable access, accessibility. It can fix a couple of accessibility issues, and it also provided additional areas for an event space, such as for when we do Rockin' on the River or any kind of concerts down there, boating, fishing tournaments. So the entire concept...
And economic development too, right? Increased economic development opportunities, right?
Correct, and some of that would be to bring in those fishing tournaments ourselves, as opposed to allowing our leasee to do so. That is my understanding of the intent behind that. So with that being said, the reason why there are not permanent slips is, again, the upkeep. We do have a meeting on the books with another marine operation that come in and assess what we currently have and what it would cost for us to have floating dock system, which is more manageable and it actually works better with our marina and the way it's sitting, okay? So that is the information I have, Ms. Vice Mayor Gore. Is there anything else I missed that you wanted me to touch on?
No, that's it. I think, I mean, obviously, I'm not there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of questions, but I think that part of my concern is what people saw online when we were talking about this. I think they're missing pieces of the equation. And I don't think I'm going to change anyone's opinion here, but I do think it's important for people to look at the cost to see what we have to pay, what is return on investment for that, and then what we would yield if we take a plan like this. But then also, we're just trying to apply for a matching grant. So even if we were to change the plan or do whatever, we would have to pay a lot of money for anything that we do that will far exceed a match of $1.4 million. So I know there's going to be other questions, but I fully support this plan. Even if people want to adjust it, that's fine. But I think that there's no value in not applying for it.
Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Joyner, myself, Counselor Holloway, and then Counselor Denton.
I just wanted to clarify that I don't think people are hung up on necessarily preserving everything the way it is. I mean, I do think that there are improvements, but I do not think that the plan that was presented is appropriate at this time. And I think it is in the best interest of the city to allow for our Director of Economic Development to work with Parks and Rec and to look at this from a totally different perspective. Yes, there were some, I know there were, talks of, yes, it's going to affect economic development, but I don't think that was really the focus as much when this was done. And so I still stand my ground. I'm not in support of funding this.
All right. As I voted last year and, as I campaigned on, for my reelection campaign back last year as well, that I don't think that this plan fully captures everything that the city's trying to do. We're trying to grow an economic base. You get personal property taxes off of boats. You get, money from slips that are rented down there. You get money off of ramp fees. And I think that if we end up going through and renovating and restoring what we have down there, and expanding out river access on the other side, where we could have a smaller amphitheater, we could have a bigger boardwalk over on that section. We could take the river walk from the marina down to Weston Manor and expand out our river walk. But I think if we took the marina as a business case, looked at the utilizing those slip rentals and saying we're going to make this a self-sustaining venture, that we create this like an enterprise fund, that money that's made at the marina stays at the marina and gets reinvested into capital, then we're not having to keep coming back for all these problems that we have in terms of maintenance, capital improvements, and other things. So, I'd still, hold the same opinion that I did from last year. And I would like to ask, is there a motion on the floor to not apply for the Land and Water Conservation Fund for this project for the Hopewell Marina?
So moved.
For point of order, Mayor
Do you have
can't
a
make a
question?
motion.
I didn't make a motion, I just asked for a motion.
Yeah,
That's
we,
the same
I so
thing.
moved.
So the motion's been made by Counselor Holloway and it's been seconded by Counselor Denton. Is there any discussion?
Point of order, Mayor.
Okay, Counselor Pelham?
Madam Attorney, since this was voted on by a previous council, and I think the mayor anyway was on the oppositional side, doesn't this have to go through some repeal action? It can't be just another, or can it just be another?
A motion to reconsider. is
Consider,
what
that's
needs
what
to
it,
be.
yeah. The motion has to be for reconsideration. Thank you, Ms. Gore.
Councilor Pelham, the attorney is out of town this week. She'll return on Friday. But you're absolutely correct. There has to be a motion to reconsider.
All right, do I have a motion to reconsider?
So moved.
I ain't heard it.
Rules from point of order, motion to reconsider, you have to be on the prevailing side to put a
Side, yeah.
motion to reconsider on the floor. The side that won is those who approved it, so only Pelham and I can put it back on the floor. But we'll defer to the attorney.
Okay, so,
Attorney is not.
discussion.
Go ahead, Counselor Holloway.
So there were two,
Who's speaking?
Counselor
Holloway.
Holloway is.
All right,
Okay.
so in this space, we are pulling back from that part, but we are not approving the funding tonight, which is what we are voting on. So can I put a motion on the floor to deny the funding tonight for the $1,400,000 to the marina?
Second it.
Yeah, so the motion on the floor is to deny any funding
I don't
for
think you
this.
can.
And it's been seconded by Counselor Denton.
Point of information, the motion on the floor, just point of information, I want to make sure I hear the motion correctly, is to deny what again, please?
Any funding for this.
The previous council
No, I just need the motion, like what was physically said.
to not allocate the fund, the $1,400,000.
Matching portion.
Say again?
For this grant.
Correct.
For this.
Okay. For to not provide the matching money for the grant.
That's
That's the
correct.
motion?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know if that's appropriate though.
Say again?
What'd she say?
No, she was just making a comment. She didn't know if it was appropriate.
I don't know if you can make that motion.
That's
The
what the
fund,
request
we
is.
could because we're requesting to make the motion because the funds haven't been allocated.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes, the issue, it's stated right here clearly that the issue is that the Department of Recreation and Parks wants to be authorized to proceed with 50% match of local funds from, that's what this is all about. And the city's portion would be $1,400,000. This council is saying, we don't want to fund it. We're not authorizing that allocation of dollars. And that's the motion on the floor.
Well, point of information, Mayor Parton, I thought the motion on the floor is for her to proceed with submitting the application. Just like before, we submitted the application without allocating funds. So if they want to deny funds tonight, they can. But the point that was made is that she should resubmit until there's a motion to reconsider. I'm not advocating for funds to be given tonight, so it doesn't matter to me if it fails. I'm just trying to make sure that we understand what the motion is, what the ask is. So Dr. Minker, she's resubmitting the application, correct? And they're going to put a motion on the floor to deny her the match if we were to get it.
She asked for 3 items. One, the motion to apply to the grant. The second is to also provide $20,000 for the review of the marina. And then the third action is to allocate the $1.4 million. So she's at 3 action items.
Okay, so what Pelham and I were saying, action number 1 is not really a real ask because it was already approved. It's the same application, the same grant.
No, it has to be.
No, it has to be.
Because
The
it didn't
first
get
one
approved.
denied.
So you
I
have
mean,
to
the
come back
first
and
one
re-ask to submit,
expired.
like we do with all other
It
grants.
wasn't. I'm trying to get clarification.
A clarification.
I'm trying to get clarification because truth be told, council told her she didn't get permission from council as a body to not reapply when it was time to do it. A minority made that decision on behalf of council. So the vote was never taken back for the department to apply for this grant. And that's what we're trying to say with when the attorney returns for her to give that clarification. It's the same grant, it's the same application. No one said for her. The majority that approved the application has not taken it back.
That's correct.
Do you see what I'm
So
saying?
So my understanding, can I get some clarification?
Yeah.
It was my understanding, I remember being here, it was proved by the past council that the director would go and apply for it. There's 2 rounds of it to be applied for. The first round has already expired. So even if it was approved or whatever information is going to go with that approval has already expired for that portion, for that first round.
It wasn't expired because my understanding is a few people directed the department not to apply and never got permission from council to execute that. So it's not so much that expired. Staff was told not to execute what council voted to do.
Either way, what I'm trying to get clarification on, whatever happened, I don't know who directed who and did what. What I'm getting clarification on now is we're past that point at this moment. Is that what I understand, Madam
There are
Director?
multiple rounds by deadlines. The next one up was in April, which obviously we would not make it because of the environmental study. So the next opportunity that we have to apply would be in January of 2024.
Okay, so I've got a motion on the floor to deny the funding for the $1,400,000. Let me get some clarification. The $20,000 allows you to go back and
The $20,000 will allow me to go get an environmental analysis done, so that way, no matter what item or what plan we do move forward with, we already have that taken care of. So that's going to be needed regardless.
Yeah.
All right, so then, again, my motion still.
All right, so.
There is, I guess the motion's on the floor, but could we not deny the allocation of the $20,000 to complete the environmental analysis? That's necessary to do anything. But I realize there is a motion on the floor.
We'll get to that one after we do
Okay,
this one.
all right.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to not approve any funding for this grant.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
No.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
No.
Counselor Holloway?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, motion passes 5-2.
All right.
Motion, I'd like to make a motion to, now, wait a minute. You just gave a clarification that the $20,000 can be used towards other,
It needs an environmental study in order for
so
her to
we-
apply
we
to
don't
the
want to
grant.
deny that. Oh, well,
wanna
to
deny
apply for the
that.
grant.
But
We
it's
need to
also important for any plans that we move forward with the marina.
Yeah, so I don't want to deny that.
So the motion should be to allow or to appropriate $20,000 to complete an environmental analysis for the marina for any path forward.
So moved.
Do we want to do that?
Why would we do that if we don't have?
Because she said,
You need,
the point
We
of
need to do that.
clarification, she's
Okay.
saying we're doing
do
that,
anything without that.
so we have to do that
I'm with you.
in order to look at other,
Options.
other options, not just for the.
Right.
Yeah, okay. All right,
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
all right.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Denton.
Then the motion need to be more specific, $20,000 from salary savings from the Parks and Rec Department.
Okay,
As
Is that friendly?
as stated, friendly,
friendly amendment?
yes.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you repeat that? Why we? I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay. The motion on the floor is to allocate $20,000 to complete an environmental analysis of the marina for any path forward, and for those dollars to come from salary savings in the Parks and Recreation Department.
I have a discussion.
Yes, we're in discussion right now.
Oh, okay. I can go now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, instead of doing that, why can't we place the money in the hands of the economic developer somehow instead of in that fund so that that can be looked at overall instead of just because we don't know what it would cost to do an environmental study anyway, but maybe there's something else that he can do to.
Absolutely.
Mr. Bennett, the Economic Development Director, has come up here to answer your question.
Economic Development recommends the study, environmental study, take place because of the timing associated with it, the length of time, and the money would be better spent getting the environmental study done for all the options we'll be pursuing. Thank you.
So we're trying to figure out now if we move the funds from Recreation and Park to give into your department.
It doesn't
matter.
matter which department. It's okay to be placed in economic.
No, I was just,
development.
I was just giving clarification.
But that's my
as to-
point. Can he look at that before we just make a decision? I think it'd be.
He already has. He was the one that recommended.
I can't. Oh, he said if it was. He said a if in there somewhere.
Councilor Pelham, we strongly recommend moving forward with the environmental study. I'll be happy to administer it from economic development budget or parks, recreation and parks, either one.
But you think the study should come for that area only? I mean, you think we should start there? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yes, this is a standard environmental review of the property, and so it should not. There's no need to expand it. I believe what's requested and is what's sufficient for what we're asking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other lights or questions? Okay. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Can I hear the motion again?
Yeah. So the motion is to appropriate $20,000 from Parks and Recreation salary savings to complete an environmental analysis of the marina for any path forward.
From the salary savings.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0.
All right. And is there a motion to allow Economic Development Department and the Park and Recreations Department to bring additional plan options for City Council review?
So moved. Second that.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody previously who worked on this. I'd like to express, I think it's the sentiments of a lot of people here tonight. We want to see the marina thriving. I know for me personally, I'm dead set against removing the cover slips. Well, these old ones, yes, but I think that a plan should include having cover slips. I really, really think it is. I personally don't care whether or not it's, 2 citizens from Hopewell out there. We're not just wanting Hopewell, to visit Hopewell. We want other people to visit Hopewell. I think that's, we should make the city attractive enough for other people to come. I remember when I was younger, Cavalier Square, as some young people would say, was jumping. You know what I mean? And some of the things I thought even as a young child, man, moving out the grocery store out of there was probably going to be a sink forward. And I'd just like to see the marina redone, plans that come that most of the citizens will enjoy, and not counting out the options that are there, but also inclusive of, again, some new cover slips. I think we can get that done. So thank you again for all your hard work.
All right. Seeing no other lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore? Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham? Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Moving on to reports of city manager.
I think you have one more motion to make regarding the
first one.
the ability to apply for the grant going forward.
Yeah, that's what was argued.
Point of information, we said to ask the attorney to give an opinion on that. So can we table that, please? I make a motion, table that vote.
But I thought,
Hold on 1 second. The motion on the floor is to table discussion on that.
Until the city attorney can render a legal opinion on the points made.
no.
All right. I do not hear a second. Therefore, the motion dies.
I second. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Counselor Pelham.
I'd like the discussion.
All right.
So am I under the understanding that this was to be brought back, but we're requesting not? All right, let's just roll call. Never mind, I withdraw my.
No, I mean, I have a discussion point, Mayor Parton.
Okay. Counselor Gore.
Yeah, I asked for this to come back because, like what I said earlier, from my understanding about what occurred, and I wanted to get clarification because if what I heard was correct about the activities, then it violated what council had adopted to do. And so that goes back to the point we're raising tonight, is the motion that passed was to apply for this grant. In the motion, there was not a specific date, time, or none of this other stuff that's being pointed out tonight. It was a directive for staff to execute the plan to apply for this grant opportunity. And so the point that we're raising is that has not been overturned. And the only people who could put it on there to overturn is the prevailing side. So yes, these other things passed tonight, but we're trying to say, want the attorney to render an opinion as to if what we're saying is appropriate or not. And then if it isn't, then you guys can take your vote. If it is, then we'll have to address that.
I think we take the vote.
So,
Clarification point.
okay, go ahead, Counselor Holloway, and then I'm going to speak.
So when that request was made, was it a specific motion to that they had to apply for it, or was it a request to give them permit?
No, we directed them to apply for it. That's what the issue is.
No, so that's what I'm saying. So do we have clarification on whether or not it was directed, or whether or not it was in a space where we gave them the permission to, if they were going to? What do you have any clarification on that, Madam City Manager? Whether or not it was directed, or if it was just given permission that they could apply for it?
All directors are required to ask for permission to apply for grants that are $100K or more.
Correct.
It's to my understanding the last Parks and Rec director came and asked for the dollars, and it was approved. That's just a typical approval process that directed him to apply to those grants upon asking.
So it was the department's request to do so, and then they got the approval to do what they were wanting to do, but we didn't direct them or make them.
That's incorrect, and that's incorrect. And that's why we need to go back to the attorney and to look at the motion. When Mr. Reed Miller presented, it actually got voted down the first time. Council brought it back a second time and directed for it to be applied to. So that's why I'm saying again, we need to go back to the record because that request was brought back by council by a majority to have it authorized for him to execute.
All right, can you bring the clarification on the motion on the floor so we can vote on that?
Yeah, so the motion on the floor is to bring back, or have the city attorney look into, whether we have to.
Not that part, that's not the last motion we was on. We was on the motion to, for Madam, okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so for me, I don't need, the city attorney's, recommendation on, because I'm just not in favor of the second,
Yeah,
of
me
the
neither.
plan, so I'm not gonna, vote to, waste her time, on it if I don't approve it, so, I'm ready to just, move forward with new options and, see, what we can do to make it a much better plan for everybody.
Question, we got all power, can we waive the rule of,
Council can do anything.
since we got all power, can we waive the rule of what was it, you were requesting earlier about this, getting this clarification? Can we waive that rule? Can I make a,
Just vote down the motion.
okay, sounds good.
Let's just vote on this.
Yeah,
Let's vote on this.
that's what I'm saying. If you don't want it, just vote it down.
Mhm.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Mayor Parton,
No.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Before I vote for this, I want to make sure we're clear. The motion on
I'm
the floor
sorry,
is
we're
to
in-
I'm just saying to make
we're
sure
in
it's
the-
the table, is the requested table, correct?
Correct.
No, it's
Okay, yes.
It's not a
There's a
requested table.
Yes, it was. That's
Yeah.
what I was giving clarification. That was her last motion. Her motion
Okay.
It
was
was
to
a
table.
request to
Okay,
table until
So
consulting
we get a
with the city
legal,
attorney.
get the attorney's opinion. That's what I want to make sure we're voting on. The request to table this until we get the legal opinion,
That's correct.
right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Holloway.
No.
All right, motion fails 5-1.
Okay.
Now, since we
Now,
don't
can I make the
Oh,
motion now on the first one? So we can waive the rules, so we can now make that motion for the first one, right? Since we not.
Oh, my,
I
hey,
think we've effectively done that.
Madam,
Through
Mr.
the
Mayor,
series of motions.
that's incorrect. Mr. Mayor, my not voting mean actually yes, so, I mean, the vote is not automatically negative just because you don't hear me.
It was
I'm
one,
sorry.
That-
The vote was.
it was five.
I was on mute, but I would have said yes.
Right.
Okay.
Right, so it would have been a 5-2, vote.
5-2.
All right, so.
Does matter. And when I don't vote, the vote automatically defaults to yes, not no.
Oh,
When you don't vote,
Right.
your vote
Is yes.
Yes.
defaults
Okay.
to a yes
okay.
vote.
And Mr. Mayor, just because I might have to hop off soon for this, we're asking for a legal opinion about parliamentary procedure because the point that Councilor Pelham raised is that according to the rules, only those to reconsider a motion has to be on the prevailing side. And so whatever way that falls is whatever way that falls. So you guys are voting to not get a legal opinion about the rules and procedures. So just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Is that right?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And then
So-
if you make this motion, you're doing it, if it's done,
You setting precedent, just making sure
Right.
y'all recognize that.
I think the precedent came long before us to ignore council rules.
Well, I mean, the precedent is the fact that staff was directed to violate a rule of council without coming to council. That's why we're in the situation now. Had that not occurred, this wouldn't be an issue. So those who told staff not to follow and execute a directive of council violated everybody. This wouldn't be an issue had that not been done and not everybody was known about it. That's the problem.
All right, Counselor Denton and then Counselor Joyner.
A motion to adjourn.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we
Second to the
waive,
motion to adjourn.
No.
that we waive the rules so that we can vote.
There was a
on
motion
this?
to adjourn on the
Counselor
floor.
Denton-
I heard
Counselor Denton had
She
the
put
floor.
one on
I
there
have the
before.
floor.
Wasn't recognized.
I make a motion that we waive the rules so that we can pass this motion tonight.
I second it.
So that we can what?
She
To
wants to
waive
waive
the
the
rules.
rules so that we can,
Vote on
Deny.
not applying for the grant.
I second it.
All right. Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Holloway. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Nope.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 5-2.
I'd like to make a motion to,
No,
No.
we got last
We
thing.
got do yours.
We don't have to
say
go.
again?
We,
We got
we,
another issue.
No, I know, I ain't making a German motion. I'm making a motion to, deny the funds, to deny the $1,400,000 for the marina, match.
we already did.
So
We did that.
if I can just, we've already, so if I can, I think, yeah, to
You're not
clarify. I
applying
think
for it.
Right, I think what you're trying to say is you want to make a motion to not apply for anything.
Correct.
Okay. With this plan, with
Second.
this plan that's
Yes,
presented.
correct.
Okay,
This second.
all right. So the motion on the floor is to direct staff to not apply for any grants for this design presented for the Hopewell Marina.
As is.
Correct, as presented. All right, it's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Denton. Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
I have a question for discussion. I'm sorry.
Okay,
So you said the motion is to not apply for any grant with the design presented, right?
correct.
Okay, that wasn't the issue. The issue was to not apply to the grant. So if the issue is if Tabitha can get another design that people like, we can still apply for the grant. So I want to make sure I'm voting on what I disagree with. I don't care personally if the design changes. I want to apply for this grant to get free money into the city. So just want to make sure you're not saying not to apply to the grant. You're saying not to apply for this design.
Madam Gore.
For that, I don't have an issue with.
Madam Gore, I have a question.
Vice Mayor Gore.
Vice
ahead.
Mayor Gore, excuse me. I thought that you told me and Councilor Harris that this, I'm clear that you told me that we could not change the plan and go for this grant. So now you're giving clarification.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was we can't get slips the way that people are asking for with this particular grant. I mentioned earlier in my earlier comments, if people wanted to change the design, I was fine with that. I even asked Ms. Martinez how long it would take for her to do it. So the clarification needs to be asked is the request for people to have more slips for people to rent, can that be permissible with this grant? If it can be, I don't mind the design changing to accommodate. But if it cannot be, and we are not allowed to apply for the grant, then that's what I have an issue with. So if you can ask Ms. Martinez, if the question is if we can add more slips for people to rent, can we apply for the grant? Can you ask her for that clarification? Because my understanding was we couldn't do what people wanted to just redo the marina as is and have it rented out with this current grant.
No, we're not requesting, nobody's requesting for it to be redone as is. We're saying we directed them to bring more plans back, maybe similar to what's there, however, adding covered slips.
Okay. Right. So ask Ms. Martinez, if she's there, she can answer my
She's
questions.
checking.
Because you guys are fixated on the grants. We were y'all fixated on the grant saying not to apply. We were saying we wanted to apply, but none of our comments said we were opposed to the design. That's why I want to make sure y'all understand what you're voting on.
Right.
Again, I'll put it on record. I don't care if the design changes. I want to apply for the grant.
So my
So
motion,
Ms. Martinez, yeah.
my
Alright, so
motion.
hold
Ms.
on.
Martinez, can you answer the question so I can get clarification, please?
Go ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor Gore. So the stipulation with this particular grant is that it cannot be for the sole use of any one select group. So at this time, it is my understanding, based off of the language in the grant, that if we were to put private slip rentals there, and again, I'll double check with them, but I believe that does disqualify us for this particular grant. The intention is to make it an event, a park, essentially, in the loose terms of it not being for a sole purpose of slip rentals, for example.
Okay, so then Counselor Holloway, it is what I understood it to be. So if the design changes to adjust that, then we would be ineligible, which means I couldn't support that. But the design changes to still make us be eligible for the grant, I don't care about that part. It can change as long as we are still eligible to apply. So just for a point of clarification to Mayor Parton, the motion on the floor is to not apply for anything with this current design. It doesn't mean that if another design comes up that we can't apply for the grant, correct?
This, I'm asking.
Not this grant.
Yeah.
This grant is this grant.
No, the motion on the floor was not that. Can the clerk repeat the motion, please?
So can you
hold, everyone just hold on.
Thank you.
Counselor Holloway, you have the floor. After Counselor
Actually,
Holloway.
I have the floor because I was asking the question. He asked me a question. I was asking you to clarify the motion for me. Then he asked a question, so I try to go back to you.
All right, go ahead. Are you finished?
So can you please clarify the motion on the floor?
I withdraw that motion and make a new motion. Can I withdraw that motion?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Okay,
I
go
withdraw
ahead.
that motion and make a new motion that we do not, where is it? Let me read this.
Land and Water Conservation Fund.
Yes. So I would like to make a motion that we do not apply for this Conservation and Recreation Land and Water Conservation Fund grant.
I second that.
Okay. All right, motion's been made by Counselor Holloway, seconded by Counselor Joyner. Is there any other discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
No.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham? Counselor Holloway?
Counselor Pelham, you're
Yes.
muted.
I mean, excuse me. Yes.
All right. Yeah, the recorder's silence as a yes.
Passes 6-1.
6-1.
Okay. All right. Now, moving on to reports of city manager.
Mayor Parton and member of City Council, tonight I'm here to ask for approval to allow the City of Hopewell to participate in the opioid settlement. This is a new settlement with Tavia, Allergen, Walgreens, CVS, and Walgreens. The state is participating. In your packet, you have all the city localities that are also participating and the amount that will be awarded to each locality. So staff recommends the approval of opioid settlements with Tavia, Allergen, Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens, and direct the city attorney and the city manager to execute all documents necessary for the city to participate in these settlements.
All right.
So move.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right. So the motion on the floor is to approve the opioid settlements with Tava, well, as presented in the packet.
Seconded.
Yeah. All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Counselor Pelham?
Yeah. Now, when are we going to decide what to do with the money?
I think that's going to come back. Our city manager's going to present a plan to us and for approval.
Part of the budget process?
Well,
It doesn't necessarily have to be about part of the budget process, but we can discuss When we talk about outside agencies and funding them, we can talk about using those opioid dollars and where we want to allocate those dollars, which group we would like those dollars to go to.
Well, I mean, my thing is, we don't have an opioid program in the city per se. Everyone is aware of the program that's in the city that's ran by another organization. So what is the slowness in allocating those dollars to that organization? Can that be,
Council approval.
Council approval.
yeah, or, well, I know that, that's why I'm making it a discussionable item. Does anyone have objection to that being, them presenting to, they've already presented a proposal anyway, but
Yeah,
my
I think,
thing is,
I think Dr. Manker's had her light on.
Ms. Pelham, if we could hold, are you asking to have a discussion whether to appoint or allocate the dollars to an outside agency today? Or
Yes.
could we table that for another meeting?
we can table it if it doesn't have the approval of the general consensus, but I went to a meeting today that program is shown to be very successful, based on the overall national data that's out there. But we can delay it.
Yes, ma'am, because I would like to be able to bring back just how those dollars can be spent. There are some guidelines to that. And
Of
so
course.
I do know Vice Mayor Gore has some other ideas that she wanted to put on the table, so I think we should flesh those out first before we make a decision. And that would give me an opportunity also to bring back the exact figure of the amount of funds that we do have.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion?
This thing only $3,600, is that the total?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think we should allocate whatever that can be allocated to the organizations on $3,600. I can't see splitting the $3,600 up.
There are additional opioid dollars. We're just gonna put it all together in the one fund that we have and then make a decision.
Okay, that sounds great.
Well, the other question I had, Dr. Maker, is it a continual annual amount that we gonna get for that, or is it this is one time?
This is a settlement point.
This is for, both programs are for 10 years,
Continual, right?
for the total of 10 years. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, since we only got 2 minutes left in the meeting, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore? Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Absolutely not.
All right.
No special meeting.
Almost adjourned 20 minutes.